to the City of Miami Commission meeting for January 26, 2023. I am going to start the meeting with our discussion items. DI1, if you would come forward. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. It's great to be here with you. My name is Orlando Gonzalez. I'm the Executive Director of SAVE, but also a member of the City of Miami LGBT Advisory Board. And what I want to do first is congratulate the city because in 2020, the city scored a 75 out of 100 on the Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equality Index. But the work that the commission has done and that the city staff has done has raised the score from 75 to 89. So that's a tremendous growth that we have experienced. When you all put together the advisory board, one of the things that you agreed with was that there was a commitment to raising the score of the MEI score of the index. In that process,
Could you explain what that score means and the significance of it being increased, raised?
absolutely. So the Human Rights Campaign Municipality Equality Index measures how LGBT-friendly a city is, and cities throughout the United States are rated on a scale of 1 to 100, of 100 being a perfect score. So the city has now gone from a 75 to an 89 in just 2 years, which is a big increase. One of the things that was done in the process is that the commission deputized the work to the city manager to be able to get a lot of more work done to be able to get to 100. In the process of that, one of the criteria from HRC, from the Human Rights Campaign, is that the solutions that are done through a resolution or through passing of a bill. And so rather than having it all deputized to the city manager to just do the work, they want resolutions passed. And so I'm just here to urge you to take the next step and continue to be able to pass the resolutions that are under some of the proposed pieces that are there to be able to get a perfect score. I also wanted to share with you that, just to put it in context, Coral Gables has a score of 95, Miami Shores has a score of 85, Hialeah has a score of 56, and historically, the city of Miami Beach has a perfect score of 100. They failed to apply this past year, so we're all kind of competing against that perfect score. Any other questions?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Is there anything that you need from us?
Just to take the advisement from the advisory board to be able to pass the resolutions that are upcoming.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you.
And we can also have the BU1 status on the FYI 23 current and FYI 24 proposed budgets.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioner. This is an update on the actuals so far through December 2022, which is really the first quarter of the fiscal year. I don't know. That's better. Okay. I can go to the summary and discuss it, or I can go to all the slides. It's not a lot, it's only 4 slides. But this is the projection that we, staff, had worked on. The projections, I just be mindful that it's preliminary. It's the first quarter. The numbers will change as we continue to analyze the information as we receive them. And if you look at, I'll go to the last slide and just give you a summary. At this time, through December 2022, revenues are exceeding expenses to the tune of 37.7 million. And the internal service fund also has a surplus of 1.5 million, which really is now being projected for the balance of the fiscal year of 39.1 million. But just be mindful of the fact that the 30.9 million is really early in the year. We have negotiations coming up. We also have to meet our financial principle based on our reserves guideline. So it's really early in the year for us to really count on the 39.1 million. As time goes on, that number will change. And I did send the report. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, if you have any questions for me.
I don't, do you?
Yes, I know that, I see that we have the $5 million, which is contingency reserve, which is mandated, right?
Say it again? I couldn't hear you, I'm
The
sorry.
$5 million, that it's the contingency reserve.
Yes,
And it is mandated that we have to have it.
I have to have it, yes.
That's right. And, but that is included in the $39 million?
That's, yes,
That is included in
In
it.
the-
So for all practical purposes, out of that 39,
it's really 34.
it will be 34 what will be available
Yes.
if we need to use it.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay,
No,
thank you.
Mr. City Clerk, can you see if we can get a quorum so we can proceed with the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
We are going to resume the City of Miami Commission meeting for January 26, 2023. I have a quorum, so we can proceed.
Is the city manager here?
Yes, where's the city manager?
Do we have a city manager? Yeah?
Mr. Manager, I believe you wanted to take up an item.
Yes. Mr. Manager, before we start, you passed this note of Mr. Charlie Cox departure.
Yeah, good afternoon. I wanted to take an opportunity. I'd hoped we'd be able to do it this morning during the proclamations and presentations portion of it, but we didn't get the chance. So I wanted to see if we could take a moment to sort of just recognize somebody who put in a tremendous amount of service to the city, Charlie Cox. We put together a memo. I want to read it out so that everybody can get a sort of the full breadth of his tenure at the city and his contribution to the city, especially with regards to ASPE 1907. So Charlie Cox unfortunately passed on January the 11th. He started at the city in 1974, retired in 2010 as an electrical line supervisor with GSA. He was union president for ASPE 1907 for 26 years of the 36 years he worked at the city. So, you know, he put a tremendous, his footprint at the city, his contribution to the city really is a tremendous legacy to him. And he was very well respected by anyone who had a chance to work with him. I had some, unfortunately, very brief encounters with him. I didn't get a chance to work with him to any great extent, but everybody that I talked to with any institutional memory here at the city really has nothing but fond memories of him. And specifically his contribution. So I just wanted to take a moment, maybe even a moment of silence if we can, just to honor his legacy and his passing.
You're welcome.
Okay.
At this time, we can, because it's four of us, we can take up PH 7 again. Vice Chair, I believe you.
Mr. Manager, who from staff would be the most appropriate person? Would it be yourself, someone else, that I could ask some questions on some of the numbers that I've been given here?
For which item, Commissioner?
PH 7.
PH 7.
Budget? The most appropriate.
Okay, let me just go over something here that I need to add up. Ma'am, where's the majority of this $1 million? And it is $1 million, correct?
The proposal is for $1 million, yes.
Because the resolution says up to.
Say it
So
again? Sorry.
The resolution says up to, which means it could be less. Will it be less?
It could
We're
be
not
less
sure.
based on the reimbursement and based on what they provided. What we've done is, once the mayor had sent us the proposal, we had the ARPA consultant review it to see if it meets all the requirements based on the ARPA regulations. And they said it did. But we don't upfront the dollars, they are reimbursement. And they have to meet all the criteria, they have to submit a budget, a full scope, objectives, measures. So every time they ask for reimbursement on a monthly basis, we will review the reimbursement and make sure they are following all the guidelines based on what they had proposed to do. So it could be under $1 million if they're not meeting all the requirements.
Well, the reason I'm asking that, because as I was reminded during the break, there were statements that were made here that if they did not receive the $1 million, they didn't want any of it. One, but second of all, you should set something that brings some additional questions now to bear. We're reimbursing them as they spend this money, as they spend monies. In other words, they have to have money that they spend before we reimburse those expenditures.
Correct.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
And how do we know that whatever monies we're going to reimburse them, they have in the bank? And they actually have spent. In other words, that they're able to spend it because they have it to spend.
If they're not able to spend it, they wouldn't be able to submit a reimbursement and they wouldn't be able to get reimbursed.
Well, but have you done any checking? For instance, let me backtrack. How are we planning on paying these dollars? Is there X amount that we're going to pay at any one time or not? Is it going to be 250, 250, 250, and 250 or not? Or how will it be?
It could be as low as $10, as long as they submit a reimbursement. They have to submit information back, they have to give us detailed information on what they spent. And then based on that, we reimburse them. We don't have a set, let's say, we're gonna give them $250 a month, $250 every quarter. It's based on reimbursement. If they spent money and then they do measures and we do review the information that they submit on a monthly basis.
so
Whatever
they-
they submit, that's what we pay them.
They could be giving you stuff on a daily basis every day of the year, which it kind of, in my mind, would be a nightmare for accounting. Instead of submitting expenses every X amount of days, and then we review and we pay.
We don't do it less than monthly. It has to be monthly. We don't do them weekly, it has to be monthly.
Okay,
We have an extensive agreement that actually tells them the date for them to submit it and all the information that needs to be submitted in
Okay.
order for them to be
Okay,
reimbursed.
so it's going to be at least on a monthly basis.
Say it again?
It's going to be at least on a monthly basis.
Correct.
Okay, that's understanding now. At least we got that clear. But what steps have you taken to assure that they are going to have at least 100,000, 100,000+ that they're going to need to be able to spend before you reimburse that? Do you know for a fact that they have funding from whatever source that they could spend monies in the first 45 days, which would be about 150,000, before they start getting our money?
We do not check to see how much money they do have in the bank, but we do. They have to have their insurance in place. They got to make sure, we looked at their corporation. There's a few background check we do, part of the agreement. It's a really long, detailed agreement.
But excuse me if I can for a second, and I apologize. It just seems that no matter how detailed, how long, the number one issue that I think anyone would want to ascertain right off the bat, do they have sufficient dollars so they could wait some 45 days, maybe even 60 days, which means it'll be between 150, 200,000 before they submit, and the city pays. Now, even my office dealing with the city, I know that it takes sometimes months. If you're lucky, you get payments made in 45 days, 60 days. So what I'm trying to establish is what investigation have we done in all these studies to make sure they have access to that kind of money to be able to make expenditures before we reimburse them.
In order for them to be reimbursed, they gotta show us. I would think that they would have the amount of the dollars that they need to spend.
Yeah,
If
but-
that's one of the criteria or requirements the commission would like for us to do, we can, and make that a stipulation of the agreement.
I think that's essential, that we have some proof by looking at a bank account, something that would show that they have a minimum amount of money, that they're going to be able to get this started. But,
Commissioner, if I may, what the city has proposed is typical for all of the organizations, the CBOs that are in receipt of this money. I can tell you, as the former president, CEO of MLK EDC, we were recipients of grants, and it was on a reimbursement basis, and we had to provide evidence that we spent the money exactly the way the contract required. So we had to show receipts. I even had to provide my bank statements to show that the money was expended. You couldn't do any cash. You couldn't do any cash expenditures. It had to be through your business account, either through check or your business card with the bank, your bank business card. So I think the city has the checks and balances in place to make sure that the money that has been allocated is being spent properly.
Chair?
How long has this organization been in place?
Hold on.
The Circle of Brotherhood?
Yes.
If I may, before we get
I'm sorry.
into that.
20,
Give me a second.
20-something years?
What the commissioner or the chair is saying,
Come on. I believe it's either 20 or 30 years. I'm going to say comfortably 20 years.
The Circle of Brotherhood was officially incorporated as a nonprofit in 2014.
So it's not 20 years, it's 8
Okay,
years.
so
Are there any other questions while I'm here you'd like to ask about the Circle of
you
Brotherhood?
said 2014?
Sure, 2014, and have you ever received any government funding from any other entity?
Yes,
Ever?
let me,
Which ones?
but I'm just,
I'm asking him.
and the reason why I said 20-ish years is because I've known Leroy Jones since I was an employee at Miami-Dade County, and I started with Miami-Dade County in 1993, and he was 93, so that's how I dated, how I go back to that date, and at that time, he was receiving through NANA, and I think the Circle of Brotherhood was, there's two separate entities, but it's NANA and the Circle of Brotherhood, and he received funding from Miami-Dade County for the organization NANA, which is why I said
Yes, ma'am.
the time that thank you.
Chair, if I could just have the speaker's name for the record.
Yes, sir. Lyle Muhammad, Executive Director, Circle of Brotherhood. Yes, sir.
How much government funding has the Circle of Brotherhood received since you were formed in 2014?
I have to walk that backwards. I'll start with the latest DOJ grant we received in October of this year of $2 million.
Okay.
$100,000 from Every Town. earmarked from the state legislation for $2 million. Not all of that's coming directly to our organization.
How much is going to your organization? No.
May I?
Well, I know, but you're saying
you
$2
want me to-
million to a...
One second.
With the state?
One second,
No,
sir.
this is adversarial, it's just a
You
question.
didn't allow me to finish
But
answering the first
I'm
question.
clarifying your answer. The $2 million that came from the state didn't go to your organization. The $2 million went to a number of organizations. How much did your organization receive of that $2 million from the state?
About 800,000 will come to our organization.
Okay, continue.
What would you like to know now?
Well, how much money have you received from government entities?
If you look at Employ Miami-Dade, Jimenez's #1 employment program, since 2014, we received funding from there.
How much?
We received funding from the city before, an anti-poverty
How
grant.
much? How much?
I'd have to go back and calculate how much money we received from Employ Miami-Dade since 2014.
Okay. API, how much from API?
Sir,
How much from API?
who's API?
Anti-poverty initiative? You mentioned the anti-poverty initiative.
I'd have to go back and check, but it's at least in the tens of thousands of dollars.
Cents, okay. Anything else? Any other?
There's plenty. I didn't know we had to come here to divest our financial portfolio today.
Of course, if you're asking for money, you always have to divest your
Well,
financial portfolio.
No,
I
no
mean,
other, for the record, no other organization under the 2021 ARPA regulations
That's
has
federal
been
law.
put through this. Not one, except us. But we
they
don't
will
mind.
be. But they will be because we have to make sure we spend
It's
our
too
resources.
late because they already were approved last January, remember?
That's not what's happened. I remember.
Okay.
What's happened is they're asking us
Is
for
there anything else you'd
specifics.
like to know about the Circular Brotherhood?
I'd like to know how much money you receive from different governmental entities so we can make an informed decision
So
on
I've
whether.
already named in excess 3 times the amount that this is for.
Okay.
So this is really becoming what it is publicly. So we see you for what you are. Just make a vote on it. Just make a vote on it.
I'm not sure you want that.
Excuse me, sir?
I'm not sure you want that.
You're not sure I want that?
Yeah.
Now that's on record, sir.
Of course, on the record.
We're in the same position where we are. Everybody sees what's going on here. So we're going to tell you one more time. Allow us to do what we do, or just vote no, and we'll continue to do it without you.
Very aggressive.
Madam Chair, I they haven't haven't, even been done yet.
Oh, have you done? No.
No?
I have a question that relates to.
You have questions, but I got a heck of a lot, and I had to.
Okay, but oye, listen, no me vayas a pegar,
No,
¿no?
the chair
No.
wanted to bring him
Cabrón,
up.
no,
He
no.
took some time. Commissioner Diaz took time.
Listen, I'm sorry, I thought you had finished, okay?
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Okay,
Vice Chair,
go right ahead.
go ahead.
What I was trying to ascertain, something very simple, that I don't need attitude from anybody.
Of course not.
I'm not giving you attitude.
No, I'm not talking about you, Commissioner. It's simple, something that should be one of the primary criteria that we have when we give this kind of monies out, that is only reimbursement that they got to spend out. And we're not talking about $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, we're talking about $1 million. Simply, that we do anything to ascertain if they had sufficient dollars to cover a month and a half, 2 months before we could reimburse them for the first month. That would be somewhere between 150, 200,000. That was my only question. Obviously, that wasn't done. You don't think it should be done. He's upset that that's even being brought up here. But after all, it's only $1 million. It's nothing. Let me go to the next one. It's $1 million, unless they don't provide the evidence that they spend it and we don't reimburse by the guidelines. Now, going to the assumption, and this is what I think I have here, that the $1 million was going to be spent. I have an 18 months amount that's put down on a 6 months entry, the first 6 months, the following, and the last, that if I'm reading it correct, and you tell me if I am, please, it shows that in the 18 months where this money will be spent, there are 11 people minimum that will be receiving $646,500. There is an additional amount. Well, let me backtrack. In salary, $646,500 for these 11 people. In their benefits, workers' comp, FICA, insurance, health, stipends, another $135,251.22 for a total of salary and benefits of $781,751.22 out of the million. There's an additional $123,000 for a subcontractor. I don't know how many people that entitles, but that's personnel. Am I correct in assuming that?
I don't know if it's personnel that they'll be paying, or they will be hiring people to do services, because they also,
Well, but that's
Okay.
personnel. If you have subcontractor, it's obvious you're hiring people.
yes.
So are we in agreement with that, that that's for additional people that they're going to subcontract for?
Because I know they plan on doing health services. The assumption will be that they probably be hiring experts to help them.
So you're agreeing with my assumption
Yes,
that that's for additional people, for whatever it is,
possibility, yes.
okay? Participant stipends, that's another $45,000. That's to go to personnel, paying someone a stipend. So you have a total that's going to personnel almost 950,000. To be exact, 949,751.22 out of the $1 million that's going to personnel. Is this accurate or not, ma'am? You have the numbers before you, I would
It's
imagine.
781 plus the 123 you're adding together is about 900,000.
No? 700, well, let's start from the top.
781,
781, 751.22, which is for salary and benefits. 123,000 for subcontractor, and another 45,000 for participant stipends. I have 949,751.22.
okay.
Is that correct, my numbers?
Yes,
So, I'm sorry, so it's 949,751.22 out of the million that's going for personnel?
the personnel costs, according to the report they given, the salaries are $646,500. Their benefits is $135,251, which is a total payroll cost of $781,751.
If I may, I have worked with the Circle, and we talked about this. They've worked with my chief of staff, and that budget will be amended. They will not have, the budget will not reflect that. We've worked with them. I believe also that that is not acceptable under ARPA, to have X amount
course not.
going toward salaries, but that they are going to amend the budget.
Amended in one way, in what
They-
way? Before we
because
vote for the $1 million,
they- No, they have to submit their paperwork, and the paperwork that they're going to submit will be reflective of what the requirements are for this grant, correct, Brother Lyle?
And what are the?
Correct, Brother Lyle?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
The ARPA dollars, first of all, have been allocated for two specific reasons. One is to provide direct services during post-pandemic. The other is to build the infrastructures of organizations that do this work, for example, like ours, who don't even have a staff. At the time this was developed, I am the only staff member that we have. So in order for our organization to properly build its infrastructure, we put that proposal together, and the reason why it already passed the same consultant that passed the other contracts and proposals that were done, passed ours because it qualifies, because it's helping us build the infrastructure along with applying direct services. For example, when Walmart comes in to build a store, they have to hire people to run the store. They just can't have a store. So I would say that the personnel that we have, right now we have a staff of one, or we were able to hire someone in January, so now I have an administrative assistant. That's the only staff we currently have with our organization, and we've been doing this stand-up work without it, and what we put together, it qualifies for ARPA.
Well, I'm
Thank you.
confused, Chair. I heard him say before that they have received several $1 million, and now what I've heard is they have a staff of one, and they just hire an administrative assistant recently. So how do they spend that other money that he talked about here? I don't understand. Yeah, you had said before, sir, that you had received several $1 million.
Can you be specific, or did I say receiving?
Well, you led me to believe, from what you stated up here, that you had received substantial amount of dollars from government in one form or another, either directly or indirectly.
Yes, sir. I can give you an example.
And what I don't understand is, and frankly, it's really surprised me, because I figure you had an organization already that had different people in place. Now you're telling me that you've been the only person that's been on salary until you recently have just hired an administrative assistant. So
That's correct.
It has to come to mind, and for any logical, normal person to ask the question, then where and how
Let me
is
help
the
the
rest of
logic.
the money spent?
Let me help the logic. For example, under our county contract where we do violence prevention work, the county provides us with roughly about $500,000 a year, but those are not employees of the Circle of Brotherhood. They're contracted persons who can only fulfill that scope of services. So it is a miracle that we've been able to survive as an organization off of contracts that have locked in persons to only specific scope of services that have nothing to do with the running of the infrastructure of the organization. So when I mentioned the $2 million DOJ grant, I think I did say October of last year. Have you ever rolled out a federal grant? So you should know if you rolled out a federal grant, we haven't seen a penny of that money yet.
Okay, so you haven't received it, is what you're telling me.
We haven't received that particular piece I just spoke of, the $2 million federal grant from the Department of Justice.
Okay, so it's not money that you received, so that's clear.
I can't understand what you're asking.
I said that it's not money that you had received, like I thought you had said before. You had not received that money.
Well, unlike this money, it's already been allocated, and we're in the process of doing what you do to set up a federal government account.
Now, the other $800,000 that you said that you received.
That I said that we will receive.
Oh, okay, so you didn't receive that either.
What I did, sir, if you were paying attention, because you asked me financial questions, I was walking you back in a chronological order of monies that we received. And it just so happened a few weeks ago that the state legislation earmarks came out, and through Frederica Wilson's office, the Circle of Brotherhood was listed as a $2 million earmark. But out of integrity, I was being clear to let you know 800,000 of that is delegated to the work that the Circle of Brotherhood does in violence prevention. The rest of it is to support organizations that do similar work.
Okay, so let me ask the following question. When do you think that you will have in your bank account some of this money? So you could begin doing some of the
We have that
work?
in our account now, sir, and I find that kind of insulting because again,
Well, I'm sorry,
because
sir.
again,
I'm sorry that you find it
may I answer the
insulting.
question? We have more than a sufficient amount of funds in our bank account right now to cover any reimbursement that we could possibly get from the city of Miami.
Okay, so you're telling me that you have sufficient funding, and that's what I was trying to get to the bottom. I wish you would have said that early on.
Well, everything that's been said is
that-
on tape,
that-
so.
That you have sufficient funding. And what do you think is the amount that you need to get reimbursed for any sufficient funding?
I thought Madam here answered it pretty well. A reimbursement can be for as low as $10 or as much. Now, in running these type of programs, what generally happens is you use the funds your organization has to implement staff because now you have an agreement that you have funding available. So organizations like ours, for example, we may have monies that are directly allocated to a specific grant, but then there may also be funds that the organization has. For example, we participated in Give Miami Day for the first time, $14,000. That money is to be used at our discretion. We have other indiscretionary funds, as any nonprofit does that wants to maintain itself. We also have organizations like Everytown that understand that one of the biggest problems in us doing our violence prevention work, situations like this that cause gap funding, so then they will provide services, and that's why we're the only organization in the state of Florida to receive that grant. So I don't understand where the lack of clarity is coming from. This is normal
Well,
business practice.
Sir, what's normal business practice is that if you provided something to the city that basically says that your expenses are going to be $100,000 a month, and she clarified that the city will wait 30 days before they calculate whatever expenses you gave within that 30 days, and knowing that the city will take most likely another 30 days to pay you, that you're going to be down to the second cycle of 100,000. That's at least a couple of $100,000 that you're going to have to put up front before you see the first penny from the city. Sir?
So we're in business class now? We have sufficient funds.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
So Commissioner, I think she said it clear, that if we don't submit the documentation, we won't access the money, and the city can take it back.
We've heard that plenty of times already. I don't need to hear it again. That's a fact.
Commissioner, I want to say this, though, with all due respect, though. Nobody else that has gotten this money has went through this. Nobody else. Nobody else been questioned about how much money they got, could they do the reimbursement. Nobody else has been through this.
Look, I don't know if no one else has or not.
Relax.
I don't know how many people have received $1 million or more or close to it. Do we have a list of how many people who received that kind of money? How many organizations?
I think this is, I'm trying to think, I don't think we've done $1 million. The last one, the one that's on the agenda today is for 500,000, and I can't remember, Center of Black Innovations.
Okay,
No,
so the biggest one that we're given by far then is this one for $1 million.
No.
What?
Oh, I
I'm
take that
asking-
back. We did the big house. We did the big house, that's $2
I supported the
million.
Big House, and I gave them $3 million to shore up the artist loft, what was
Right.
once the bakery.
Okay. So outside of that one,
Capital.
this is the next one in line.
I'm trying to remember, I would have to get the list. I know there's
All right,
one.
well, you don't have to,
Okay.
do that right now. I just wanted to let them know that if we are looking at this, it's because it's a very large amount.
So,
And we haven't, at least with the exception of the one that the chairwoman said, we haven't seen this come before us before. And we all have fiduciary responsibilities to look at this. Now, what I've heard already is that what we've been given that shows that 95% of the $1 million is going to go into personnel, salaries, expenses for people, for bodies, which is extremely high. And it obviously, as was stated here, does not fall with federal guidelines for these kind of funding. So a high amount for personnel. So my question has to be, then, if they're going to provide something different, an amendment that they had agreed to, why didn't we get everything with amendments the way we should, the way that we have a right to be able to make decisions here and looking at everything? Why didn't we receive that prior to what we have here, so we could see what amendments they're making, how much less they're going to provide in salaries?
And may I, in all fairness, they have not received the contract. What we're doing here today is approving the allocation, and then they will receive the contract from the city. The contract will specify the parameters, the guidelines, what is required, the documentation that they have to submit along with their executed portion of the contract. And then the city will review it for the things that Maggie said. Insurance, they have to show proof of insurance, they have to show proof of this, proof of that, they have to provide the budget,
Outcomes.
the outcomes, the scope of services. They won't know exactly what is needed until they receive the contract from the city that outlines these parameters, like insurance requirements, the scope of services, and oftentimes CBOs have to meet with staff because it can be a very daunting and challenging experience to make sure that they have all of the criteria that they need to get the executed contract. So what we're doing here today is approving the allocation, and then they have to do what they need to do to get an executed contract in order to be able to draw down on the money.
So, but I want everybody to be clear, right? That everything that was required of us, that was asked for every department that had to approve it, they approved it. So I just want to be clear that it was approved by every department. So nothing that we submitted was not accepted. They had one little change that we had to make, and we made it, and it was approved. But based on the ordinance or the PA7, based on it, we have to meet with the manager staff, come up with what's going to be accepted with the scope and the budget, let the manager and his staff approve it, right? And then we begin our contract, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, because after this is the first step, that the commission approve it, then we have to work to the contract.
So, Commissioner, I know this don't have anything to do with our work in the community. It can't have anything to do with it. I know it don't have anything to do with us not having money, because we got the money to spend. We got the money to spend to be reimbursed. But regardless of how much of money the contract is, if we can't spend the money, then we can't access it, and the money goes back to the city. So nothing is lost. Or if we do something that's not accepted under the contract, then we don't get reimbursed for it.
And then
So-
it's not, without cutting you off, it's not going back to the city because we'll never give it to you. It'll
Right,
be
I'm-
on a reimbursement basis.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
Okay.
it's a reimbursement basis. If we spend the money and if it's not accepted, then the city won't pay for it.
Correct.
And if regardless of how much the money is, we still have to submit reimbursements to access the money. And if we don't submit the reimbursements to access the money, then the money stays with the city.
Correct.
Right,
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
thank you.
I'm done for now.
Commissioner Reyes?
I just wanted to clarify what he just said,
Okay.
that it is based, this is like a credit line with restrictions. If you don't spend it on this, you won't get it. You see, I wanted to clarify that.
So prior to our recess, I had a motion from Commissioner Reyes. I seconded. Are we ready to vote on it?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready? There's a motion and a second. All in,
Who made the motion?
Commissioner Reyes made the motion. I seconded the motion.
Why don't we have a roll call?
Okay. Mr. City Clerk, roll call.
Roll call on item PH7. Commissioner Reyes? Commissioner Diaz-Libertia?
No.
Commissioner Croyo?
This is very concerning to me. The answers that I've gotten from staff, the fact that it's been made clear here that under HARPA, and if that's not so, please correct me, you cannot be giving out 95% of what you're paying for personnel. Nevertheless, out of the $1 million, we have $950,000 that's going to personnel. I'm extremely uneasy with this. Out of respect for the chair, I'm going to vote for it, but this is not something that I would normally vote for, because I should see red flags everywhere. And the city does not have the personnel to go through so many different accounts that they have to supervise and look at. And frankly, a lot of our personnel don't have the stomach to do what's right when they see things that are wrong. So, with that, I would vote a very unhappy yes.
Chair King?
Do you want to reconsider your vote?
No. It's a no.
Yes.
The motion fails 3-1.
Can we bring it back?
May I speak? This is so wrong.
Public comment is over.
Chair, I know that the time that we had for public speaking is over, and Ms. Suarez should have been here earlier, but if I could, out of courtesy to me, if we could give her just a quick 2 minutes, this one time only, so she knows that she's got to be here during the regular session. Kathy?
Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo. It's not enough that my district has no representation. I've worked with these people. What they do is amazing. All they're asking for is to go to the first step. They have so much paperwork they have to get to go to the next step. We've approved 2 other projects of ARPA money in the West Grove to go on to the federal level that absolutely are questionable. And I'm more than happy to meet with you all. But an hour and 40, and then to add insult to injury, an hour and 40 minutes late for this afternoon is disrespectful. I wasn't even coming back, but to see Ms. King sitting there alone and Commissioner Reyes pacing back and forth. And also, don't send me a Christmas card ever again. I'm not your constituent, and who paid for this? 45 cents a piece. We can't give Circle of Brotherhood money, but you sent me a Christmas, you sent everybody a Christmas card. We're not your constituent. You make fun of what Ken Russell has done to us, and you wanted to make even bigger fun of us by giving us a plastic surgeon a result.
I'm a City of Miami
Thank you.
commissioner, ma'am. I'm a city, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I'm a City of Miami commissioner, ma'am. I send Christmas cards to whoever I want. If you don't want one, I'll take you off the list.
We gave,
But happy holidays, ma'am. Happy holidays.
we gave the courtesy for you to speak on the issue.
You were given a courtesy.
On the issue.
Enjoy it. Whatever. So are you. Sure,
No good deed goes unpunished.
exactly.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Happy holidays.
We are now on the second reading items. Madam City Attorney, I believe you have to read some of the titles into the record.
SR 1. Between first and second reading, we added the code enforcement appellate provision. That's the only thing that changed, rather than appealing to county court. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 38, Article 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Parks and Recreation Regulations, more particularly by amending Section 38-57 of the City Code, titled Domestic Animals in Parks, to raise the fine for allowing dogs off their leash to $500, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. SR 2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 22 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Garbage and Other Solid Waste, by establishing Article 9, titled Waste Metering, to provide regulations for the City of Miami and certain commercial businesses as defined herein, requiring the monitoring and reporting of waste production using smart technology containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. On this item, we need to adjust the dates. So really quickly to let you know, we have in the legislation before you that the technology will be implemented no later than June 30th, 2022. This should be June 30th, 2023. In the legislation, it says that the reporting is starting February 10th, 2023. This will be September 1st, 2023. And further reporting that's supposed to start December 1st, 2023, will change to September 1st, 2023. So those are the changes. So if you approve this, it's as amended.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, I think we should take these. I'd like to withdraw SR2,
Okay,
waste metering.
that's fine.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
A motion to withdraw SR2.
Second?
May I ask why? Because we have gone back and forth on this, and we spoke with Wade, I think that he had met with waste haulers
Who's Ray?
The director,
He said Wade. He said Wade.
Wade. I'm sorry, it's my accent.
You sure you didn't say way?
I thought you said Ray. I don't think this legislation is ripe as yet. I think there still needs to be some work done on it.
On deferring it, because, but I think it is needed. I get complaints, constant complaints. You see, in everybody in the city of Miami, you have alleys that they abut businesses. And here comes the waste haulers, and when they clean, when they're hauling the trash, they leave a mess in those alleys. And this is to avoid that.
I don't think this avoids the mess in the alleys.
Yes, it will, because it will have a camera that's going to be, and they will be fine. You see, if you want to, if I will agree, Madam Chair, if you want to massage it a little bit, but I don't want to withdraw it completely, because I know there's a lot of pressure from the waste haulers, but they are not the one. And as a matter of fact, every time they have come to my office, they have been very arrogant, like they're not doing anything, that there's nothing wrong with it. But my neighbors and people that live, my district, and I'm not talking to a certain particular place, you see, and I know that happens in Mr. Carollo's. As a matter of fact, you showed some pictures last night, I think, and Commissioner Carollo's and Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. It happens all the time. The only thing that we want is for them to do their job and pick up all the trash.
Okay, I will agree to a deferral, to defer it, because I understand the legislation, something different. I don't think it's going to cure messes. I am under the impression that it will let them know when it's necessary to pick up, when it's not necessary to pick up, because of the camera system is monitoring the can itself, not not the cleanliness of the pickup.
But that is a process, because by letting them know when they have to pick up, then the overflow won't happen. And most of the mess is because of the overflow.
Okay, so I will,
Until when would you like to defer it? The end of February, March, longer?
let's indefinitely defer it, and we can bring it back at any time.
Second.
All in favor?
Wait, sorry. So for the indefinite deferral, Commissioner Corio, I'm having you move the indefinite deferral. Who's the seconder?
No, I was the second.
But who was the mover?
I'll be the mover.
But the maker of the motion can't call the question.
He was the mover, she was the seconder.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yes.
All right.
And I have a motion and a second for SR1.
Wait. So we have a motion and a second to indefinitely defer SR2, and if you can call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
So it passes 3-1. Commissioner Reyes voting no.
You asked for the deferral.
Yeah, but
I could have gone with the withdrawal.
Okay, I'll change my vote, yes.
Okay.
So unanimous.
It's unanimous.
Unanimous. No, because we've been working on this for a long time, and I don't know what we're going to do, but this is to avoid overflow. And the overflow, by avoiding the overflow, we avoid having a mess all the time.
Okay.
You see?
Now, SR1, I have a motion and a second.
Hold on, SR1.
Hold
we haven't voted
on.
on.
Slow down, cowboy.
SR1. we didn't vote on.
SR1,
I need a motion and a second.
Motion.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. For first readings, I'd like to take the future legislation and have it heard as the FL2.
FR2 is a public speaking time donation?
No,
No.
FL.
The future.
Oh, FL,
Future
FL,
legislation.
FL.
I'd like
Oh,
to
okay.
move that over to first reading.
Yes,
Okay, FL,
FL.
FL2.
Yes.
So FR2 is it limits public speaking to 4 minutes max,
No, no,
right?
wait.
No, 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 FL.
She
F-
jumped
Oh,
over.
S, sorry.
I want to add future legislation number 2 into first reading.
Oh, I understand, okay.
So I don't know what number that would be given.
So I need to read the title
Right.
into the record.
Okay.
It will be taken, it's being pulled from future legislation and being placed on one of the first reading items.
That was done during the order of the day.
Right.
Right.
It was
Correct.
done during order of the day. I just want to make sure we address it. So can you read into the record the titles for first reading items?
Yes, so I'll start with future legislation 2 that's becoming a first reading, and Todd will tell me what we can name that if you
Right.
need a name, a number. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Appendix C, Midtown Overlay District, Section 627.2.6, entitled Building Placement and Buildable Area, and Section 627.2.7, entitled Maximum Height, Build to Minimum Setback, and Use Requirements, and Section 627.2.12, entitled Surface Parking and Parking Garages, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. Then FR1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 18, Article 9, Division 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Financial Integrity Principles, more specifically amending the reserve policies, financial oversight and reporting, evaluation committees, basic financial policies, and other provisions of Section 18-542 of the City Code, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. Then FR2, this one's the reduced speaking time, Commissioner Reyes, that you were asking about. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-33 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Administration, Mayor, and City Commission Order of Business and Rules of Procedure to limit the members of the public may donate speaking time to other members of the public, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
So I'm going, Madam Chair, so I'm going to use my friend Commissioner Carollo's phrase, I didn't take my smart pill this morning. But FR1 and FR2 it is what they are. But you added substantive policy change in the first thing you read, right? The first part, everything you read, read again the first part of what you read. What are you adding? Explain to me how that works.
You mean, I'm sorry.
What, the future legislation, you're adding it to FR1?
No. The future legislation is being pulled from future legislation pursuant
And
to,
added to FR1?
and added to the FRs. It's going to be FR.
Okay, all right, but the future legislation is a substantive policy change, significant policy change, right? Right?
When it's a.
So why are we adding it now? Why don't we go through the normal process?
I'd like it. It was
Because,
my-
right.
Well,
It's
I
my
understand if
initiative.
you like it or not, but I mean,
No, it's
the
because-
rest of us have to like it too.
I know,
So
but-
I want to know why you're making a substantive policy change.
Because I asked them.
Okay, so let's walk through that slowly, so that I can absorb it and understand it.
I'll
And I know it's Midtown, and I know it creates a whole bunch of changes to what can happen there.
I will yield to our director on that. I believe it's smart legislation.
Okay.
It's needed, and it's time sensitive, so I wanted to at least have it come here for first reading, and then it's going to go to PZAB, and then it'll come back to us for second reading. So
Okay.
you'll have some opportunity to digest it more, but I'll let Ms.
Okay.
Hull explain it to you.
So, yeah, explain it to me slowly.
Yes, and so the future legislation number 2, actually, it's already gone to PZAB, and so now.
It's already gone to PZAB.
But there's some changes that we'll look at PZAB after it goes through first reading, sir. So what we'll do, if it's at the will of the commission today, Then we'll bring it back to PZAB to look at any other substantial changes before it comes back here to second reading. The legislation is a companion legislation to the Buena Vista RAC that the commission voted on at a previous meeting. So it's just to continue to allow for the development to proceed in the Midtown area, sir.
That's not a clear enough explanation. Expand on that explanation, please.
So in Miami 21 code,
Okay.
this legislation allows for Midtown has development standards in regards to building configuration, density. There's some areas that may be limited based on some overlay language that is antiquated. So we're going through and allowing for the development to be inconsistent to the comprehensive plan, which the commission updated in a previous commission meeting. So this is just going through the process of allowing the legislation of the standards in Miami 21 to be updated with the code, policies, and the comp plan.
Okay, and it comes back to us?
Yes, sir. It will be 2 readings, sir, and then PZAB.
I know, it's always 2 readings, I know, but it comes back to us, but it also goes to PZAB first after it comes from here?
It went to PZAB already, sir.
I know, but does it go back to PZAB?
Yes. It will go to PZAB next week, February 1st, and they will have a public hearing on this item, sir.
So it's something that is cooked? Is the idea cooked? Is it something?
It's not cooked.
Well, for lack of a better word, is it prepared? What's your thought process behind that?
Well, I think it's smart legislation.
No, but smart legislation is not an explanation.
It's cleaning up Miami 21.
Right.
And
How's it clean it up?
well, Miami 21 is a bit antiquated and it doesn't match what is going on now. There's a lot of work that needs to be done with Miami 21, and this is one of them. We've already passed legislation that's consistent with what we're trying to do with this legislation. This body has already passed legislation consistent with the path that we're going, and this is in furtherance of what we've already done. And I just don't want to hold up work because we need these affordable housing. We need this legislation to go forward so we can continue to improve the lives of the residents of the city of Miami.
Okay, how does this help affordable housing?
Lakeisha.
So in the Midtown area, and under the Buena Vista RAC, there was a density cap of the residential area. So when you have a density cap of the residential area, it limits what can be developed. So with the comprehensive plan getting updated by commission in a previous meeting, removing that density cap, that allows for more housing to be produced.
Housing, but not necessarily affordable housing, right? Any
Well,
housing.
it allows-
Just any development.
It allows for.
It could be market rate development, it could be luxury condos, it could be anything, right?
Well, it could be all types of housing, sir,
Right.
you're correct,
So
yes.
there's no provision here for affordable housing, right? It's simply an ability, you increase density, you're allowing for any development, right, to take place.
It allows for the density to occur based
So
on.
for the density to increase,
Yes, well, just to match what's allowed in the comp plan, sir.
to increase.
Yes, sir.
From what's allowed now.
Well, it's allowed, it was capped based on previous policies.
So there's no, very simple question. Does it allow for increased density? And it could be an increased density that includes any kind of housing, even if it's market rate, even if it's luxury, no matter what, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not affordable housing, it's any development.
A mixed type of housing, sir, yes.
Nobody said mixed, because somebody come in with a totally market rate proposal, right?
No, sir, but the code does not require for us to have that in order to have this legislation updated, sir.
That's not my question. If you're increasing density, you're allowing for any development to occur,
That's
right?
correct, sir, yes.
It doesn't mean that it has to be affordable housing density increase. It could be a market rate density increase, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so it could be luxury condos, right? That could be built there.
Yes, sir.
With increased density, correct?
Yes, that's correct,
Okay.
sir.
I'm okay with that. But let's not mislead the public into thinking that we're doing affordable housing, because we're not. With this, right?
We can be.
We can, but we're not.
Be.
But
No. We can be. We can do all of everything that you said. It's not exclusive of affordable housing, and I'm hopeful that we'll have affordable housing.
of course,
So
your commitment to do affordable housing and workforce housing and everything else.
Yes.
Includes it.
Yes.
Right.
What is inclusive?
It always includes it. But if somebody can come in and make a profit and they say they want to do market rate housing, they're not going to do any affordable. So it doesn't require it, it just allows it.
It allows for it.
Okay,
Okay, so may I have a motion?
I'll move it.
So that would be for FR1, FR2, and we're going to call the future legislation.
Let's just say FL2 for right now. I'll take care of it on the back
You'll take care
end.
of that. Okay, so FR1, FR2, and FL2. All in favor?
Aye.
Hold
Aye and
No, wait.
Wait.
FR1,
FR1,
FR2,
FR2,
okay.
I have to comment in the public speaking
okay?
that I objected last time because I considered that 4 minutes is very limiting. And we spoke about 6 minutes.
Yeah, we said the person
6
speaking
minutes.
2 minutes plus
And
two.
also, if I may, and I'm going to bring this to my colleagues if they want, because it will give us the authority that if we are dealing with an issue that requires, or one of us considers that require additional explanation, we can add 2 minutes to that presentation.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
That's the only complaint.
Yes.
Okay? That is if any one of us
Right.
consider
Absolutely.
that should additional time be done, but only 2 minutes.
I sort of, and I apologize, Commissioner, but I sort of have a different take on it. I actually wanted to lower the 4 minutes to 3 minutes. I think,
I mean, you can do away with it if you want to.
not do away, no, lowering the amount is not doing away with it. But I do believe that the people that, say, I'm speaking for 2 minutes, is what your predecessor and you yourself have said is okay. And now we come in and say, well, I dedicate or I allocate my time to somebody else. I think 3 minutes is enough. So I was going to do a motion, I was going to do an amendment, try an amendment, and see what the body feels to limit it to 3 minutes total. If the body is
I will not
comfortable
agree
with
with
it.
that. I will vote.
So I was kind of the opposite of what you were thinking.
Yes. But big contraire, that's it.
In that, so what happens is, what we're saying here is that someone is allowed to donate their time, but the time that they have to donate is 2 minutes. So what we were saying is that we can have someone donate their time, 2 persons donate their time to 1 person, to avoid having 21 persons
Absolutely, I
donate
agree
their
with
time
that.
to 1 person.
Absolutely.
So we're limited to the 6 minutes. And 6 minutes is a lot of
It's a long time.
to speak. 6 minutes is a long time
long
to
time to
speak.
speak.
And then we also have the discretion,
Absolutely.
if we want to say, okay,
Additional.
You can speak.
Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Through the chair.
So,
Well, I would say if we have a majority of the commission that agrees to give extra time.
yes. I think it's always the will of the body.
Okay, we can vote on it.
But as a rule, someone donate, 2 people can donate their time as a rule.
That's right, that's a rule.
I think that's fair.
So that
So
makes
that would amend the legislation if you add.
right now it
Isn't that
says
what
4
it says?
minutes. So what you're doing now, you're taking 4 minutes to 6 minutes.
Right, so you would have 2 more people being able to donate time
Right,
for a
so-
total of
so-
6
so-
minutes, I believe is the chairwoman's
Yes.
amendment.
I thought that's
Right,
what we
right,
agreed
but
on.
the order that's proposed by Commissioner Carollo is 4 minutes total. What the chair wants is 6 minutes.
That's right.
I sort of want 3 minutes total, okay?
Why don't we go to a middle ground?
Which is
5
4
minutes.
which is 4 minutes or 4.5.
5.
5 minutes always works for everyone, so that's great.
Then let's go to 5 minutes.
Yes,
5 minutes.
total.
Total.
But then how you gonna,
Right.
there
It
are,
doesn't matter, 1.5,
you went
1.5.
2, and it said,
No,
okay,
But if someone is
And one,
donating,
2, and 1.
if they're donating their time,
it's a time.
they have 2 minutes. Each person has 2 minutes to
Yes.
speak. So if they're donating their time,
Well, they're
we
going to
allow-
donate half their time then.
Of
Someone
course.
will
And then
donate.
And then they still have
speak-
an
they speak
opportunity.
for-
Okay,
For 1 minute.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Plus, if we agree with, and we consider necessary additional time, it is through the chair, we can add an additional 2 minutes.
As long as the majority of the body approves.
That's right.
Agrees.
I said we, I didn't say person.
Supermajority.
How about supermajority?
Supermajority.
How about 4 or 5, or 3 or 4?
Yeah,
Right,
If
supermajority.
a supermajority, 4/5, if a supermajority agrees,
yeah.
So-
then we extend the time. So
Okay.
you got it?
I would request, since you have all these wonderful planning items, can I just look at the legislation to see what that would look like? Because I just want to clarify right now, the way that the legislation is drafted is that you can grant more time, but I don't know if the chair specifically or the body, and then Commissioner Carollo is making certain points and you are too. So I just want to make sure, I want to see what's there a second, so.
Okay,
please.
so let's give her, how about 30 seconds?
let's
If we give her 30 seconds,
Okay,
she
so
can
let's
do it in
pass-
30,
Maximum of 2 minutes.
Let's do FR1 and FL2.
and we come back.
Do I have a motion for?
I move FR1, I move FR2.
And FL2.
Yeah.
Yes, I move that one
Motion
too.
and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And we'll come back to.
Now, FR2, we can, with the amendment, you see? Yep.
Do we
vote on
want
it.
to, we did the budget discussion, we did the LGBTQ plus advisory board, the score. So we are on our PZ items now. While she is checking, can we have another city attorney read into the record the titles for our PZ items? Anybody?
On the PZ items, we're doing PZ 1, 2, and 3? Okay.
1, 2, 3, I move it.
5, 6, 7. Now,
Hold on.
there were some folks that came
Yeah.
this morning for public comment, and they took issues with PZ 1, 2, and 3. And these are D2 items. Would my colleagues like to defer PZ 1, 2, and 3 until the election?
One thing you see, I was against deferring it last time because this includes, and it's going to affect institutions that they provide social services. You see?
Well,
And that is the truth. And also, I believe that what they're doing is, it is needed. You see, we're going to have the parking garage and all of that. That is needed particularly for those businesses on Grand Avenue that they don't have any parking.
Okay, well,
I move it.
A resounding number of residents spoke to, they were in support of the legislation with the exception of assemblage A. So I'm amenable to passing it without assemblage A.
Chairwoman, the planning director, there is a substitution for PZ3 that I would like to read into the record.
Okay.
It's a substitution that says at the request of District 1.
Okay.
So the PZ3 is in regards to legislation for the Little Bahamas area. And the requested substitution would be in regards to how density is defined. So per section 2.5.1.d.3, the substitution is to include language that states, to include substandard lots, density as defined herein is calculated as the net area of the lot plus half of the abutting street, rights-of-ways, and where such space adjoins lots on 2 adjacent sides. The area thus added shall include the area required to complete to the gap, otherwise left at the intersection. And so this would require a second meeting at PZAB in order for this to move forward.
So,
I think that
Melissa?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Melissa Tapinas. Law office is at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. I represent the owners of Assemblage A, 34422 Southwest 37th Avenue LLC, and Jelly Salmon JVCG LLC. We presented our item at the Planning Zoning Appeals Board, received a unanimous recommendation for approval. At that time, we had supporters, and at the last reading 2 weeks ago, we also had supporters here to speak in favor of our application. Several of the items mentioned this morning by public speakers are simply not accurate. We had numerous public meetings, over 20 public meetings about our item. The entire Coconut Grove neighborhood is aware of our item. It is necessary. We are developing the surface parking area at the southwest corner of Grand and Douglas, which is the historical surface parking area. Today, it's used for the Frankie Shannon Roll temporary facility at the southeast corner. That will be developed, and the West Coconut Grove neighborhood will have no more public parking. Our Assemblage A is necessary to accommodate a structured parking that could be open to the community. The Grace, who Mr. Noel represents on behalf of Grace, they have asked us to provide for affordable housing in our three-story building that's being proposed. This is an upzone from T30 to T40 to allow for that three-story building. And while we are very supportive of affordable housing and have worked with the community on PZ3, we do not believe that all of West Coconut Grove must be affordable housing. We believe in a sustainable community, and that is consistent with the West Grove CRA master plan that we've been working on for over 2 years as part of public outreach, as well as the NCD2. And again, we made that presentation at Planning Zoning Appeals Board with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
If I may, just as the community member stated earlier, there were meetings. I mean, as Ms. Tapinas pointed out, there were meetings. However, what's missing from what she stated was actually if they showed their support for the actual project as it was stated. There hasn't been any support for the project that they're proposing here. And just to take a step back, as far as the garage that they're proposing as an amenity to the community, if you take a look at PZ item 1 and 2, there aren't any changes in the zoning designation for that particular property that's located on the corner of Grand and Douglas. The real change here really is with regards to the properties that are sitting between Washington and Thomas. Now, in that particular neighborhood, it's a residential neighborhood. And to take a look back at the affordable housing study that was done, one of the main components of the study is that maintaining the character of a neighborhood is a priority. And here, what they're proposing is to put an office space or retail space right in front of a neighborhood that directly abuts someone's single-family home that sits directly across the street from a school. It doesn't stand with the character of their neighborhood. And specifically with regards to our objection to their inclusion in this resolution is that this whole directive was started because of Commissioner Russell's want to bring affordable housing to the community. And, to Commissioner Reyes's point, his understanding of there being, other organizations involved in here that provide civil services to the community, that is true. That's why this objection here is particularly limited in the sense that it's only to the inclusion of Assemblage A. And to that end, I'll stop there.
Mr. Noel does not represent our community.
Hold on. Neither do I, and that is my issue. I do not represent this community. I don't know what street you're talking about, and I don't want to decide because I don't know. And I would feel more comfortable.
I move that we defer PZ1, PZ2, and PZ3 to the next meeting.
But hold on, look. PC3, you said that Commissioner Russell was looking to have affordable housing, correct?
Correct.
Well, Commissioner Russell is the one that's sponsoring PC3.
Correct.
He doesn't object to PZ3.
Yeah, I don't object to it. It's just the inclusion of Assemblage A.
It's the inclusion?
The inclusion of Assemblage A.
Assemblage
Assemblage
A,
A,
which is
okay.
the one I tried to take out, but again,
But that was part of what Commissioner Russell
That was part of it?
It is.
Yeah, it is.
sponsored, correct?
That is correct. That is part of it. And, you know, to quote what he said specifically, he's identifying good stewards of the community who are here to provide affordable housing.
Why are we talking about Commissioner Russell?
No, I'm only, I certainly understand
Yes,
that.
his newspaper, forget about that.
Of course.
So now, I move that we defer PC1, PC2, and PC3 until the first meeting in March, where we have a commissioner from District 2, duly elected commissioner, and then they can have a voice in what happens here. How about that?
I second that motion.
Okay.
All right.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Reyes, ready to vote?
Well, I don't agree with that. I think that this is a project, I mean, it was a suggestion by Commissioner Russell, and you and I are the sponsors of this.
Right,
Okay,
but you know.
I know
there-
we were in agreement on that this
there
is
was-
needed
but there
in Little
was-
Bahamas.
Right, there was sufficient public comment. I listened, I actually listened to our public commenters, and there was sufficient public comments that gave me pause, and I would just feel more comfortable
Yes.
if the commissioner of this district, and deferring it till March is not going to
The
make
world
or
will
break-
not end.
The world
No.
is not going to end if we defer it until we have a commissioner for this area. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Which leaves us with PZ 5, 6, and 7. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chairwoman?
We can't take 6 and 7 up at the same time, right?
And PZ5 has a substitution as well.
Okay. Are you going to read that into the record? PZ 5, outdoor dining.
Yes, so the substitution should have been distributed prior to this meeting. It's the substitution memo that was received on January 24th. The summary of the substitution is that it allows for the legislation to include properties that's in the Transect D1 and Transect D2 to follow the current by right outdoor dining process. And then there is a request as part of this legislation to have an established area. The established area would be created to focus on dense commercial areas, the business improvement districts, redevelopment areas, and the urban central business district that would be able to allow to proceed under the warrant by right process if it meets certain criteria. And the complete legislation has the boundaries of this established area, and it's, like I said, it's included in the substitution for record. And we have a map as well for illustrative purposes.
Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair.
thank you. I was informed during the break that, oops, there was a mistake made, and everybody was very apologetic, but they went ahead and included a piece of District 3 by the Miami River, I think, a long piece of it, all the way to US 1, I was told, in this. At the same time, let me, before I proceed, ask Commissioner Reyes a question. Commissioner Reyes, the DDA boundaries, they go across the Miami River into what part of Brickell?
They go as far as, I think it's about 10th Street, something like that.
About 10th Street in Brickell? How much, and they only go up to the Metro Rail, right?
It goes to, let me see, I have it here. No, but the DDA is what you're talking about.
Yeah, DDA boundaries.
Yes, it is. It is, what street is this? I don't know, I can see it. I can see it on the map.
Okay.
But it goes on Brickell, I mean,
Yeah.
around 14, something like that.
Yeah, and then it goes up to First Avenue by Metro Rail there.
Yeah,
Okay. Which is all apartment buildings.
yeah.
I am going to propose this, that this ordinance would be amended only for the DDA boundary that includes downtown and the portion of Brickell that DDA covers,
That's fine.
only to that area, because let's lay it on the table. This ordinance is really for downtown Miami, which is extremely different than any other of our districts and neighborhoods altogether. Downtown Miami needs some kind of help to get life back into it. Hopefully, with the amounts of monies that are being spent now and the street improvements, that will go a long way in accomplishing that. But at the same time, I could understand the need to try to get things done quicker in downtown, even though I don't like to give anything away by right like that. I also want a downtown that's going to be a downtown that people are going to use day and night. And in downtown, we don't have the problems that we have in all of our other districts where they abut residential areas. That's my biggest concern. So my substitute to the ordinance would be that it would strictly be to the DDA boundaries, and that if this is challenged in court by anyone, that it reverts back to what the law is now, automatically. I don't know how you could work that in there.
I agree with it. I'll take that amendment as the sponsor, and thank you because you really captured the intent of this ordinance.
Look, I think as DDA chairman, you had an obligation.
Yes, I do.
And I compliment you for that, in listening to a lot of the people that are trying to make downtown Miami work in the day, in the afternoon, and at night.
Yes, sir.
And a lot of these people are putting their money where their mouth is.
Yeah.
So,
I know it.
as much as I dislike just giving rights away like this, I'm only going along with it because of how important it is to all of us, to the rest of the whole city, to bring life
To downtown.
back to downtown.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But outside of that,
That's the intent. That's the only intent.
outside of that, nowhere else in the city. Plus, as I stated, downtown does not have any residential areas going to be abutting any of these buildings. However, Madam City Attorney, if it's challenged in court, then it reverts back to what we have today.
Well, she should defend it. Is this defensible?
Well,
Well, with the,
everything's defensible. The
right,
problem
with-
is,
if it's
Can
just,
you win? Can you win?
right, if it's just the DDA boundaries, yes,
Well-
we had drafted it in other ways for it also to be defensible as well, but the DDA is great for me.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, that's fine.
I have a question, Madam Chair. So the Downtown Development Authority's boundaries are artificial political boundaries, right? So it could be one avenue or the next avenue, or, you know, it depends who drew it and when they drew it and when they decided it was a Downtown Development Authority, right? Area.
I disagree.
Okay, well, tell me how you disagree.
So-
So tell me first so I understand, because I just clarification. What are the boundaries of the Downtown Development Authority? I mean, what are the boundaries?
So the boundaries I will defer
somebody
to
describe to
planning
me?
and,
Tell me what avenue, what street, I mean, what falls under that jurisdiction? Just curious. Show me a map and then walk me through it. Because I want to know why 1 Avenue West or 1 Street North makes a difference. And why we will lose in court if somebody challenges that.
Right, so if we're going to talk about all the legal stuff,
No,
I'd like to brief you separately.
It's a very simple question. What are the boundaries of the Downtown Development Authority?
Okay.
What's your jurisdiction? It's a simple question. So tell me. Then we'll take it from there.
So we're in the process, sir, of grabbing the adapter to show it on the screen. But the areas that we're seeing in the map, it includes Brickell, the Central Business District, Arts Entertainment District, and it goes pretty much up to Edgewater. Primarily, it's east of I-95, and so hopefully we'll be able to share it on the screen shortly.
Okay, perfect. So I'll know what's the southern boundary, the northern boundary, the eastern boundary.
May I ask, where are you leading?
It's a simple question.
No, it's a simple question, but I just want to know because maybe we can.
Okay, we could read what the DDA boundaries is in the meantime, but a map.
Sure.
So it's described as follows. Begin at the intersection, the center line of Northwest 5th Street and Northwest 3rd Avenue, east of I-95, then run southerly along the center line of Northwest 3rd Avenue on the easterly side of I-95 to the center line of West Flagler Street, thence westerly along the center line of said West Flagler Street to the center line of the Miami River, meandering southeasterly along the center line of the Miami River.
Meandering southeasterly, okay, continue.
To the point
I love when people meander, okay,
of the
continue.
intersection with the westerly right-of-way line at the Metro Rapid Transit right-of-way, formerly the FEC Railroad right-of-way.
Okay.
Said right-of-way being 50 feet westerly of the parallel with the center line of said Metro Transit right-of-way, then running southerly and southwesterly along the westerly right-of-way line of the Metro Rapid Transit to the intersection of the center line of 15th Road, then southerly along the center line of 15th Road to the point of the intersection with the southerly prolongation of the westerly line of Costa Bella Development Subdivision. When the picture comes up, let me know and I can stop talking. Okay.
No, keep on going, because it's a fascinating description. And then you're gonna tell me when those boundaries were created, but first finish the description.
There's a lot more. I was just, there's like another 2 minutes of reading.
That's fine, doesn't matter, because you know what? Details matter.
Okay, then northeastern.
You know what matters also? When these boundaries were created. Then we'll Google and see that development still exists, but anyway, continue.
Then northeasterly, northwesterly, and northeasterly along said westerly line of the Costa Bella.
Google Costa Bella.
Costa Bella to the intersection with the southerly right-of-way line of the southeast 14th lane, southeasterly, northeasterly, northerly, and northwesterly along said southeasterly and easterly right-of-way of the southeast 14th lane and southeast 14th terrace to the intersection with the northwesterly property line of Lot 31, Block 2 of the amended plat of Point View, as recorded in Plat Book 2, page 93 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. Then northeasterly along the northwesterly line of said Lot 31 to the northeasterly line of the existing 10-foot alley in Block 2 of said Point View. Then southeasterly along the northeasterly side of said 10-foot alley to the intersection with the property line between lots 4 and 5 of said Block 2 of Point View, northeasterly along said line of lots 4 and 5 and its prolongation thereof to the center line of Southeast 14th Street, then southeasterly along said center line of Southeast 14th Street to a point of the intersection with the existing bulkhead of the shoreline of Biscayne Bay, meandering northerly along the existing bulkhead of the shoreline of Biscayne Bay to the point of the intersection with the southerly boundary of Clawton Island Bridge, easterly along the southerly right-of-way line of Clawton Island Bridge to the intersection with the westerly bulkhead line of Clawton Island.
Okay.
Bulkhead.
Okay.
No, there's more.
That's enough.
There's more.
That's
Come on.
enough. But more, I think the point's been made. The point's been made. Okay, so now what do we have? When were these boundaries created? When were they defined? What you just started to read it, you didn't finish because everybody was falling asleep. So when were these lines created?
The DDA, 1 second, I'll tell you.
These boundaries. And the point I'm trying to make, well, hold on, Commissioner, if you mind.
No, I just want to make a point.
Okay,
Wait,
I know, but I'm trying to
this
finish.
boundary is not very well defined because it's a special taxing district.
I know, I understand, but I want to know when. If the Downtown Development Authority, I'm not only asking to see if these lines are obsolete or not.
In the 80s.
I understand, so I want to know when were these lines defined and why are we basing policy on things that are 40 years old? Right? Because it makes no sense. And we're setting policy of when things happen, where they, including the Omni CRA, by the way, the Overtown CRA. I mean, these boundaries were defined decades ago, and I think Miami's changed substantially over decades. So we keep using these boundaries as the benchmark for passing policy, whereas now downtown there could be a block away that all of a sudden that's an area that should have outdoor dining. It's another area maybe should not have it because it's a residential area. It's now developed that way. So that's my only issue. I'm only asking. I'm going to vote for it. I'm just asking. I'm just asking that we need to rethink what the boundaries are because the boundaries are no longer up to date.
You have a point.
That's it.
Thank you to phone a friend, Christina Crespi, 1965.
1965.
That's right.
So we're using.
Yeah.
Had the Cubans arrived here already or not?
I was here.
Yeah, I think so. They were getting here. they were getting here.
I was here.
We were building the city, right? Anyway, so basically, these are lines that were defined. The Downtown Development Authority boundaries were defined in 1965.
I get your point.
So maybe we should take a look at it and see
in
what
the
the real
future-
downtown looks like in 2023 and kind of find the balance. And maybe even, by the way, probably expand it, but maybe also some areas are residential now in nature. And maybe we limit those and we kind of redo the map. Maybe that's something the administration should look into, right? Because, Mr. Manager, really, you have a Downtown Development Authority, boundaries from 1965. Were you born in 1965? Barely, right?
He graduated from the university.
I think you were born that year.
I was not born in 1965.
He wasn't
So
college.
I was 1 year old, so I get it, I understand. But, so it's kind of like, it doesn't make sense for us to continue. And we're not going to talk about the Omni CRA or the Overtown CRA.
Or the Omni, or whatever.
And everything.
All the old CRAs.
And all the other ones, right? Because these are things that the city of Miami needs to move forward and kind of come up to 2023 and say, what's a real downtown? What's a real Omni area? What's a real Overtown area? What are the areas that really need redevelopment? What are the areas that really need special attention? And we have to update our map, basically.
Okay,
Okay, that's the point.
yes.
And,
I mean.
Mr. Manager,
you
got it?
You just got after me when I was trying to update.
I know.
Yeah, but I was trying to
I
update
move it.
and you
But
got
I think
after
that
me. and
I think that now we know that 1965 should not be our benchmark.
Okay, but you just said you're going to vote for it, yes?
I'm going to vote for it because I have no choice, because I have no other benchmark.
Okay.
But please give me a better map. Give me a more modern map. Give me something that works for the real downtown Miami, because it's called the Downtown Development Authority, not the 1965 downtown Miami, which I don't know what the heck that was. See it there? Whatever it is.
Commissioner.
That's all.
Okay.
That's the point.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second.
Second.
Chair,
All in favor?
Chair. Who is the mover?
I did.
Who's the mover? Commissioner
Commissioner
Corio.
Arroyo.
Seconded by Commissioner Reyes. So the only amendment accepted so far through Commissioner Corio's motion is, the DDA boundaries. This is only for the DDA boundaries in that portion of Brickell that the DDA covers. And that if this law is challenged in court, that will revert back to the way that it was before. What are we doing with the substitution memo? Is that being incorporated into?
No.
Well, no, because the substitution memo
I'm trying to be clear.
included an entirely different map.
Set it aside.
You could put that in the appropriate place. underneath,
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second.
Somewhere on your desk.
Come on, Todd, I have a motion and a second.
Yes, now the title needs to be read into the record.
Didn't you do that already?
Right. No, I didn't get to, I'm
On
sorry.
an
And
hour
I just
early.
wanted to clarify that the DDA boundaries have changed a little bit over time. That was also from my phone a friend. Thank you, Ms. Crespi, for listening.
So are you rereading the DDA boundaries again?
No, I think I've been tortured enough.
So you, do you
I
have
think-
to read the title?
I have to read this title.
Come on.
Can you tell me what the new boundaries, how they were changed over the?
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended specifically by amending Article 6 titled Supplemental Regulations to provide clarification and additional standards regarding outdoor dining and open-air retail, allowing outdoor dining by right in certain circumstances, making findings containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date as amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We have PZ 6.
This is 6, I think.
Do I have a motion?
Hold on a second.
I have a motion
you are-
for
Hold on.
PZ 6 is my vice chair's district.
Give me a second.
Okay. This is 6, is it's an appeal for
Yes,
107 Northwest 8th Avenue.
yes.
That's yours, right?
yes, that's my, my area.
Your district, right, Commissioner Carroll?
Yes.
It is.
Sorry.
Who is Grupo Habita 107 LLC?
Good evening, Daniel Goldberg, zoning administrator. Grupo Habita 107 LLC is the owner of the property and the holder of a certificate of use for the subject property at 107 Northwest 8th Avenue.
Okay.
I'm here for the item after, for the subsequent item. PZ7.
Okay. Okay, can you
Can you
provide
state
us
your name for the record? Sir.
your take on this and
Yes,
your
sir.
position?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. PZ6 is an appeal of a revocation of a certificate of use for the property located at 107 Northwest 8th Avenue. This property is a 10-unit multifamily building in Little Havana. It was the subject of an unsafe structures order issued on January 21st, 2022. And just to correct myself from earlier when I briefed each of you, I mentioned that it was due to a lack of a 40, 50-year certification. The unsafe structure order was in fact a repair or demolish within 180 days order. That order was issued, like I said, January 21st, 2022. On July 22nd, 2022, I revoked the certificate of use because the city code, section 2-211, requires that I revoke a certificate of use when there's been a violation of chapter 10 of the city code related to buildings. So upon a adverse ruling from the unsafe structures panel, I'm required to revoke certificates of use in such unsafe structure. That was done at the October 19th, 2022 PZAB meeting. The PZAB ruled against me by a vote of 10-1, and I have taken this appeal to this commission. And just for a little bit of further clarification for the record.
Mr. Goldberg, I don't think the appellee is here.
Correct. And so I guess I would just ask that you, give me more back. That's correct. I don't see them here, although there was notice provided to, I did check the
But that's
list.
fine, so what do you want?
I would just ask this commission to grant my appeal and reverse the PZAB's decision.
I move to grant the appeal.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
As amended.
Thank you.
As amended.
PC7, that is in my district.
I move that we move to deny the appeal, that we move to approve PC7 to
Excuse me,
deny.
can I
Hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
go back to this last one
Yes, sir.
in my district? Is anybody living in that building now?
I'm unsure, sir.
Huh?
I'm unsure. I don't know.
But legally, they can be.
You should not be using a building without a CU.
Okay, it's, well, not just without a CU, if it was declared by the board, the Unsafe Structures Board, which is a semi-judicial body, if they were declared unsafe, there shouldn't be anybody living there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. CU or not CU?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't know who this should be addressed to, but Mr. Manager,
We will send an inspector out there tomorrow.
Yeah, if we could also do this,
Of course.
can we make sure that any unsafe structure, building that we have in the city, that we do whatever checks we need to make sure that none of them, by negligence of some of our people, overlooking, or worse, that none of them have a certificate of occupancy still assigned to them?
Yes, sir.
I think in the past, we've had the building director declare what the building of zoning just stated here, that if it's an unsafe structure, you can't have anybody living there or being inside, even if by some immaculate conception, they still had a CU left. Okay.
Thank you.
Kevin Cruz, Green Spoon Martyr. Office is located at 600 Brickell Avenue here on behalf of PZ7. At this time, we're requesting a deferral. It's our understanding, obviously, there's a short board, so we'd like to wait till the special election's over and defer the item till then.
I move it.
Second.
I don't, hold on.
I can make a second.
You can make a second, but hold on.
Technically,
Gotta
I
have
think they have a
conversation.
right
Have
to.
a
Gotta have a
discussion.
They have a
conversation
right,
about it.
technically, they have the right to refer.
Yeah, they technically have the right to ask for it. I just don't know if technically we have to grant it to them.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, but
So-
he
so-
asked for it, let's grant it.
So you want to wait till we have a commissioner from district, this is in Commissioner.
This is,
in Commissioner Reyes' district.
this is my district.
Right. So what the PSAB is recommending is that they deny,
Denied
right,
the
the
appeal.
CU.
That's right, denied the CU, and I have more reasons to deny it. They have two schools near it, and a park very
So
close to it.
I agree with you.
You see.
So why don't we just deny the CU, and then we come
Okay,
back and bring it back
well,
up? I'm in agreement with you.
Okay,
Because
thank you very much. I will move to deny it.
Yeah,
Well,
and I'll
one-
second that, because what we want, hold on, what we want to do is we want to have a comprehensive policy of
That's right.
of medical marijuana dispensaries. And we can't piecemeal it and say, okay, we're going to grant this one, do that
Absolutely.
one. Let's do a comprehensive
I think
policy
what-
we agree on.
I think what you're talking about is granting.
No.
What makes,
If you wish to give them their CU, this is their appeal. So if you wish to grant them the CU, you would grant the appeal. If you wish to not have a
We
medical.
do not want to grant them the appeal. We want to deny the
Deny
appeal.
the
Then you
appeal.
would, then you
All
would.
right, deny the appeal, and they have to play by everybody else's rules.
By everybody's rule.
By everybody else's
Yes.
rules, once we do a comprehensive policy.
Yes.
Which will happen when we have a full dais.
I'm in favor.
And that makes sense.
I'm in favor of voting for it. However, before we do, I'd like to ask the city attorney
If it is legal.
if legally, because we're short one person in this body, can they ask for a deferral because we're one person short? And do we legally have to grant them that deferral because we're one person short?
Okay, first of all, is this the first time this is on the agenda, this item?
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
So the only thing is, I believe Miami 21 allows for one deferral, but it doesn't have to be as long as they're requesting, just because you're one person short.
Allows or
either-
requires?
That's a good question.
Okay, give me one moment.
Yeah, allows, I believe.
Allows, that's what I think it is.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
think that's-
It's different than requires.
Yep.
So if we
That's a
say
good
no, because look, I think it makes political sense, right? It makes, it's consistent. We have a policy.
We have not.
We may grant some, we may not grant some, whatever that policy becomes, when we have a
That's
full
not
body, that becomes a policy. But right now, why give it to one individual and say, yes,
Yeah, piecemeal. We cannot.
everybody goes away until we have a full policy?
Yes.
and a consistent policy. That applies to everyone.
I agree, we shouldn't Cheech and Chong this.
Exactly. I like that. So,
Go ahead.
sorry.
If I may, there are
Let him earn
several.
his money.
Thank you. If I may, there are several situated, similarly situated agenda items that are currently on indefinite deferral, and that's also part of the reasoning by requesting a deferral.
No, I think we kill it, and then we come back and you guys can bring it back. Doesn't matter, we can always bring it back when we have a.
Such an awful term.
Once
Kill
we,
it? No, it's an honest term.
once we set the conditions,
Yeah, we put it out of its misery for now, and we come back, and we say we have a consistent policy,
Commissioner, what
whatever, so.
conditions are you gonna
So
say?
I
The
moved,
no condition.
so we deny it. We put it out of its misery for a little while, and we come back. It's not the end of the world, you know, and we have.
but this
yeah.
one's very close to a school.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Excellent.
So I move that.
Okay, it's been
So,
second.
as a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
As amended to deny.
Then I,
Exactly.
exactly.
Wait.
But Madam City Attorney was checking what Miami 21 said.
No, it doesn't, we're good to go. I think we're
Yes.
good to go. I think we
Thank
already
you very much.
voted.
No, I asked, sometimes we just, you need to give me a moment on, this is,
I understand, but I know it's
This
not
is a
required.
plastic-
I know it's, so we already voted. I think we're done.
Well,
We don't-
let's
Wait, we have
let's
more.
give her the opportunity.
Yes, let's
We
hear
can
what she
handle
has
some
to
other
say. It won't
business
hurt.
and
Right,
if
and we'll come
we-
back, we'll come back to
we'll
it.
come back. If-
Of course, we'll come back to it, don't
I
worry.
understand that I'd like to make a motion to reconsider PH
No, ma'am.
PH7.
No, ma'am, no. We're not gonna do it today. We could come back and have a conversation about it when we come back in the next commission meeting, but I'm not doing that today. So if you wanna, you can reconsider, but I'm gonna vote against that anyway, so
Okay,
let's go home.
okay. That
That's for today.
concludes.
Chair, FR2,
It's FR2?
still in play.
Which one?
FR2, the donation of time to public speakers is still
No,
in
we
play.
voted upon that.
No,
Okay,
if Todd said we didn't, we didn't.
5 minutes, we voted for five, otherwise, all right, Todd.
We're waiting on the city attorney to review.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes.
5 minutes
and a 4/5.
5 minutes and a 4/5 to allow for additional time.
additional time.
For
Yeah.
additional 2 minutes.
For additional 2 minutes, right? Well, Commissioner Carrera threw the additional 2 minutes into it, but that works for me
Well,
too.
I thought that's what you
That
guys
works.
meant.
But that works too. He always has a curveball. There's always a curveball there at the end. I love it.
okay, so just briefly back on the marijuana item, they're entitled to one continuance pursuant to Miami 21. I apologize, but that's why I had to look it up. They're entitled to one. After that, they're not. So you can reset it.
For how long?
You reset it at your convenience based on your
Okay,
agenda.
so let's make a motion to take that motion that we approved back.
Todd has his hand up.
Yes, Commissioner Croy is making a motion to reconsider.
Yeah.
Reconsider what?
Item PZ7.
PZ7.
I'm sorry, they're entitled to one continuance pursuant to Miami 21.
Okay.
So if you want to reset it for February 9th, that's fine,
But
February
we have to
26th.
we have to reconsider it first. and
Yeah,
then-
you have to reconsider 7 first. We're doing something else now.
Okay.
Yeah, we jumped to something else.
So Commissioner Croy made a motion
Yeah,
to
I made a
reconsider?
motion to reconsider.
Is there a second?
Second.
We're reconsidering which one?
PZ7.
PZ7.
Okay.
7.
Okay?
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Motion passes.
No.
Now,
Motion
I
passes.
make a motion that we will place this on the next available agenda, this item.
February 9th.
Yeah, February 9th.
February 9th.
I will second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Thank you.
Let's go home.
And then we have to do the,
We have to do the 5 minutes, the 4/5, the 2 additional
Okay,
minutes.
so
So why don't you tell us what it is so we know what we're voting on? How about
I
that?
have
Okay,
I have
you
it
have
here.
it?
Okay. So thank you for giving me the time. I just wanted you to know, right now, as this code section reads, it says, any member of the public shall be entitled to speak on any proposition before the city commission in which the city commission may take action through the presiding officer, unless further time to speak is granted by the presiding officer of the city commission. Any person addressing the commission shall limit his or her time to 2 minutes. So I needed everyone to understand that it's not the majority, like Commissioner Carollo was saying, it's the presiding officer. It's not subject to the rest of the commission, it's the presiding officer. So if you want to amend the extra time, then that provision granted by the presiding officer of the commission would need to be granted by
4/5.
a supermajority of the members
4/5.
present. And then it would be changing the added language to 2 members of the public for a total speaking time of 5 minutes. So a speaker may receive the donation of speaking time from no more than 1 member, no more than 2 members of the public for a total speaking time of 5 minutes.
Okay, and then the last part on the 4/5, it would be for 2 additional minutes only.
Correct.
Okay, so you're right, thank you for catching that. So I am leaving the regular time of 2 minutes. It's still going to be, as always, the presiding officer, but if you want to increase it to the 5 minutes, then that would be
No,
the,
we're talking about anything beyond 5 minutes.
Correct.
Where we have to have the 4/5 in agreement, it will be for only an additional 2 minutes.
Correct.
okay, I'm sorry. If we want to increase it to the 5 minutes, or if you want to increase it past the 4 minutes that we had talked about.
Past the 5 minutes that we have here. In other words, if we allowed the 5 minutes and somebody wants more time.
Then
beyond
that
the
is
5
the
minutes.
only supermajority portion.
Right, but if the supermajority approves it, it could only be for an additional 2 minutes. That's part of it.
Okay, so I just want to be clear on this.
Well, be clear quickly, because I have to go to a restroom,
I
so.
understand, I'm sorry. So as drafted right now, it was a donation of time for 4 minutes. We're amending it to 5 minutes. If it's going to be anything more than that, for a total of 2 more.
No.
Okay. So then,
It's the 2 minutes that they get, plus an additional 3 minutes.
Correct.
3 minutes of donation of time for a total of 5 minutes.
right.
Correct.
Now, if we decide.
And if we decide to go beyond the 5 minutes, then it requires a 4/5.
Okay,
And
so
only
the
for 2
super,
minutes.
right, and it's a super majority of members present, not necessarily
That's
the whole
fine.
commission,
That's
right?
fine.
Because,
So moved.
okay,
All right, we got it, we
so the
understand.
only thing that's being amended is these 5 minutes that we've talked about here. For it to be more than that, it has to be super majority, yes?
And
Correct.
amended also,
It's-
and if the body considers that additional time, additional 2 minutes.
Right, so
And then
from
we vote
5
for
to
it.
7, that's when it would be a super majority.
That's right.
Correct.
Yes?
Bottom line is, let's make sure that our math is right, that the utmost time
It's 7 minutes.
is going to be 7 minutes.
Correct. Correct.
There are 2 minutes, the 3 minutes of donated time,
Correct.
and then if we're ever convinced that they need 2 more minutes, a 4/5 has to approve it, and they can only get 2 more minutes.
Correct.
For a total of
Total.
7.
Okay, and please note that this legislation also said, however, the chair may allow a representative of a group on a position to address the commission rather than all members of a group at meetings, and a large number of individuals wish to speak, and grant such group representative a reasonable time to speak. That was already here, that we're amending, but this is consistent with state statute.
which you could give a
Well,
group.
but doesn't mean that a group has more minutes, right?
Well, you could give them, yes, if you have 100 people here and there's one person, the chair could, as drafted, the chair could give them 5 minutes to speak, 10 minutes, because it's a big group.
Then let's make sure that we clarify the time.
I don't think
No
so.
more than 5 minutes.
So also, that one will be the reasonable time to speak, which will be 5 minutes?
No, which would be no more than 5 minutes.
No more than 4 minutes. Why five?
Be less.
Yeah. Yeah, no more than 5 minutes.
This has gotten so complicated.
It's
All
not.
we wanted to do was to ensure that
People don't
no
abuse
one
it.
take advantage by having 50 people come from outside of the
Yep.
city
Of course.
and
Yep.
stand up and say, I donate my time, I donate my
Yep.
time.
Like
That's
I
all
said
we're trying to
before.
do.
By the way, if we really wanted to make it right, no one that does not live in the city of Miami should be able to address this commission, by the way.
No, that's not fair. That's
I know.
unconstitutional.
Of course not.
Madam
I
Chair,
know
let
it's
me, let me add something to this.
Not legal.
I will add
I know,
to
I know.
that if they want, I mean, there's a large group to ask for special presentation.
So somebody comes from New York, they
right.
can address this
For
commission,
us,
right?
that's 10 minutes,
Okay,
but
San
it's given to them.
Francisco,
As long
San
as they're,
Francisco.
Okay.
yes, as long as
London.
they're speaking on an item that is before us, now we've just gone punch drunk. It's
Okay.
late.
But
Okay.
we're having
Let's vote
fun,
on the
question.
we can have some fun
Vote.
at the end of the day,
Call the
right?
question.
Call the
Call
question.
the question. I don't know what the question is.
Right,
I don't know where we
so
are.
as of right now, it's just my no more than 2 members, total of 5 minutes, and any additional time is super majority of those present for a total of 7 minutes.
Yes.
That's all I'm changing.
Yes.
Based on what you saw.
Okay.
Yes.
And
we
Chair,
ready?
who's the seconder? I have Commissioner Diaz-Libertia moving it. Who's the seconder?
Commissioner, who's gonna second
Pick
it?
one.
I'll second.
Right.
Commissioner Reyes. Let's vote on it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. One.
Yeah.
Nick? No? Procedurally, let me check something procedurally. 1 second.
I'm sorry.
No, Nick is asking.
Oh, okay.
Go.
Okay. And this concludes the City of Miami Commission meeting for January 26, 2023. Thank you.
And FR2 passed 4-0, correct?
4-0.
Okay.
What? What? Okay, we didn't officially close yet.
No, I need to put something on the record,
Okay.
because I don't want people to be laughing too much. If you remember when we voted on the Guy Fortune part of the meeting, I was told that it was 1,000 hours that he was getting. As a matter of fact, his payout was for 1,392 hours at $71.50 for gross pay. That was 99,528.
Commissioner, I said 100,000. I did say 100,000.
Well, I don't know what you said, but I'm going to give the exact amounts on the record. We gave him an additional 80 hours severance pay for 5,720 for a total of 105,248. Now, well, they say the hours here says 2 weeks. Then we need to correct that if this is wrong. Now, for 10 years, Mr. Fortune claimed that he accrued 192 hours, which comes to 4.8, almost 5 weeks. Larry, you tell me then what's right and what's wrong.
No, I want to correct something. What we got the information we obtained from the Virginia Key Beach staff, for the years, his years of work from year 10 to year 20.
Yeah, I
His
said-
annual accrual of vacation was 192 hours.
Yeah.
Once he got into year 21 of work,
288 hours.
it went to, his accrual increased
Yeah.
to 280.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was reading here.
Okay.
So in years 10 to 20, he had 4.8, almost 5 weeks of vacation time he didn't use.
That is correct.
Do you know how many weeks of vacation time total?
I don't know how much he used or recorded.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, my God, how much more can he have been given, you know? And then, of course, in the year 21, 288 hours. So I'm glad we had such a dedicated individual that didn't even take vacation for all these years. And they still wonder why we felt this way about what was going on there. But thank you.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.